Hello guys, welcome back to Escape from Tarkov, episode number 18 meanwhile I think. We are catching up also on YouTube. If everything went right, about half an hour ago, episode 15 should have been posted. Somewhere tonight at 2 AM we will post episode 16 and episode 17 will be posted tomorrow morning at 9 AM. We exported some of these episodes from Twitch to YouTube, and the first one didn't work, but the other two worked. So that means I only had to download and upload one to YouTube this time. And then the other two we exported directly to YouTube channel, so that's fine. That means we are back up to date again. Now, meanwhile, we are 1.0.6.5. Maintenance and patch updated this afternoon, resulting in the blackout event has started. That's not something we are going to mess around with in our playthrough here for several reasons. First of all, we do not have the money to deal with these guys. We have a bit of level 5 and level 6 gear, but not much. That's what you have to deal with, because not only is the blackout event, that means that it's taking place in labs. Labs is blacked out, so you are forced to play with flashlights or even better with night vision. The place is full of Black Division, which is the hardest AI faction there is in this game. Normally you don't see them. In our playthrough, for instance, we have never seen them because they are in Terminal, where you have to escape. That's like the final map, let's say, when you from the storyline if you want to escape. And also on Icebreaker you run into them as well. They have a boss called Wedge. He has 3 or 4 guards, which they are not just normal guards, they are bosses on their own. I don't know if they're all on labs, but I do know that Wedge is also on labs. And next to that, all of the normal AI is, or raiders are replaced with Black Division. So it's like, yeah. You need top gear and to get access to that. I was just watching a bit left and right. If you see people like Landmark and some others are creeping around in the lab because they're struggling with the event, then you know the average Joe will have a hard time with this event. Landmark is getting smashed by them. Glorious is getting killed a few times here and there. Those are like top players of the game. Then you know that the average Joe is not gonna like this event very much, I think. Ragman, what do you have? A lot of millions. We have 200,000. Watch this. We have 2.7 million. What I did compared to the previous episode, we started up the dailies. And one of the dailies we had was defense quests. Was to find 4 keys in one raid. So I did a quick scav raid on streets. I found 4 keys. And some of them were quite valuable, the keys that we found. Because we had, what was it called again? Yeah, Pinewood 215. I already had that. I found another one and I saw they were going for like 370,000. So I sold that one. And then we also found RBPKPTS, which is the latest new Marks room on reserve. And that key is selling for about 2.5 million. Or something like that. Might be more now. PKPM, BK. not called marks, is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it should be. Oh, this is wonderful. Apparently this key spawns more because... this is funny. Okay, this only has one use, but even this one has 20 out of 20 uses. They're selling it for 500,000. So apparently they're spawning more often or something. I don't know. The prices came down. Tonight they were going for, last night they were going for 2.5 million. I sold mine for 2,477,777. So either they are suddenly spawning all over the place, or they came down because the game was in maintenance for a couple of hours. That everything dropped on the market. Well, either way, it's not my concern at all, because mine sold for 2.5 million. Okay, other than that, hideout, I don't know what we were doing there. I see a green number, there we go, check it out. Oh, that will be our cultist circle, probably. I think we had a 14-hour one yesterday. We gave them a bunch of MP5s. But now that that key sold, I am thinking of buying a Ford box. We upgraded elimination to level 3. Boom. Which now means that we have... there we go. We have the full lightning now. If we put on some power, then you will see. We have TL lamps now. Okay, well, we need to make some this elite pliers. I hope they made that change. They do not want to spawn anywhere. I need 4 founding rate elite pliers. We are level 25 or whatever, and we still have only found 1. It's a bit of a joke though. Cultist circle. Let's see, maybe they brought some. Brought us some good ammo, but 7 and 40 and AP and an Ash 12. What for AP is this? 338 Lapua AP. Okay, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. And 7 and 40 is also pretty good stuff. Where did it put my Lapua AP? Lapua AP, and that's 300 Blackout AP. But yeah, as you can see here, we have a bit of SSA AP. We have some 7 and 40 now. We have a bit of 855A1. Don't have any 995. We don't have any 993. So obviously we are not participating in this event. We do not even have decent enough bullets to deal with these Black Division people. We have 2 markers. Why do I have 2 markers? Oh yeah, Shoreline. We were doing Shoreline yesterday. Not our greatest attempts, but it is what it is. I'm thinking now. How are we doing with these things? Because I might buy another box actually. This is all fine, but this one is getting... okay. No, we're okay for now. At some point we will buy a Ford box though. Working LCD. Okay, we need to check what's going on. I actually might have to do a reset again of our hideout wish listing. Yeah, clear the wish list. Yes. We're clearing the wish list because we sort of build up over here our stations level 2, so we're now going to have to see what we need to happen for level 3. Vent is already done and illumination is done, so they are on max level. So let's see what we need here. We need mixers and wires. Seeing we just sold a key for 2.5 million, we will actually buy those. That's what we needed, I think. And 10 wires. Everybody selling 10. What do you want? Splint. I'm not a bot mate. I'm just trying to get a few wires. Okay, one more. Okay. Security is upgrading, takes about 7 hours. When those two are done, I think we can do this one. Yes. When security is done, we can get this one, but we need to find some motors though. So motors definitely needs to go on the wish list. We will also do the relays, spark plugs we are still needing, and metal parts. Okay. So that's that side done. Now that we have illumination, I think we can also do laboratory. But we need to find hoses we could buy potentially, although they're very expensive, but we need to find a pressure gauge because that needs to be found in rate. There's nothing we can do about it. And we need a tool set, but we need a tool set somewhere else. So I am going to mark that. That's laboratory. Once the laboratory is done, we can do nutrition. We just need to get a coffee. Or just buy it. Yeah. This is not something we're worried about. The things we need found in rate we have already. So I don't need any of those. Okay. Heating, what's going on here with you? We can basically do that. Okay, we bought 7 apparently. 8, 9, 10. Okay. We can do heating. That's nice. And red space. We need to find the green beds because we used ours to barter trade. But we also need wires and we need capacitors. And we need some power cords as well. The green beds we can craft potentially. Yeah, we had more than enough, but we barter traded for bitcoins at some point where we need a bit of money. But we can craft those potentially though. And then med station. Ah, okay. We can do med station. We buy 5 of these. We're spending a lot of money, obviously. But we're really spending a lot of money. We just spent 1.5 on buying all these items. Because some of these upgrades also cost money, of course, like this one is 500,000 rubles. No, we need to make some money first because I want to buy analytics. And I think they're going 700k. Or even more now. We have analytics, but it's found in raid, and we need that for a quest. So this one, I want to keep. So we need to find analytics or make enough money that we can buy one. And then over here, here we need another tool set. Our main objective here, obviously, is that elite plier. We have everything else sitting. We need that elite plier so we can break this wall. That's what we've been trying to do for like 3 days, but just cannot find an elite plier. Now, water collector is depending on what workbench, probably. Oh, heating and generator. Also here, another elite pliers. Okay, that will be for later. Although heating and generator is upgrading as we speak. Lavatory, we needed the pressure gauge, then we can do that one. So we can do lavatory once we find the pressure gauge, then pressure gauge. And then we can do nutrition as well. So if we find the pressure gauge, lavatory can be done. Once lavatory is done, nutrition can be done. What was the problem with airspace? Oh, the green beds, right. Okay. And workbench, I think we're mostly waiting on mechanic. We need to be level 30, which we are not. And we need a fire clean found in raid as well. Yeah, we actually need 2 of those. And termites as well. Well, yeah, we have time for that. We need mechanic on level 3. We cannot do that before we are... well, he will go to level 3 when we hit level 30. Shooting range is depending on nothing anymore. We need motors. We need a measuring tape found in raid. Another tool set. A drill is fine. Okay, the rest is fine. Shooting range level 2 we could potentially do if we find the motors. Yeah, we need more motors. And the measuring tape. Okay. And now we have weapon rack showing up for the first time ever. We need a bloody hand drill found in raid. I do think you can craft it, but other than that, we need some blue tape. We have enough ES lamps and nails, I think. We need some bolts again. We have that. We have xenon cito. That's not a problem. Okay, we can do weapon rack. Not necessarily something you need. You can install some weapons in there, and it also, I think, gives you like 5% more combat skill or something. And shooting range. Yeah, also tool sets and motors are, we need a few of those again. We can upgrade med station if we really want to, but we are not going to at the moment. We're doing security and we're doing heating. If we find analytics, then we might do it, but I want us to keep a bit of money left. Okay. There we go. 1 million left, that's good. Okay, let's have a look if we have anything new. Skier has something new apparently. Oh yeah, okay, we're not going to bother with this. This is the blackout event quest line. It goes through Skier. So you have to go there and kill some Black Division and do some other stuff. And if you do the whole quest line, you get an achievement. I know how many quests there are, but I think Glorious, I think it was. He was on the final quest, so probably takes you a few hours or so. Whenever after the maintenance, the game was alive, the event. So this is something we're gonna not accept. We're not participating in this event. We do not have any of the ammo or whatever to deal with the Black Division. So let's see what we have running from yesterday's dailies. We need to find a tech manual. Okay. Hard drive we have sitting, but we don't have the tech manual. And we need some Emilia croutons and a couple of milks. And we need to kill some scabs on customs. Those are our dailies that we still have left. Side missions, we were doing Shoreline with blueberry things. We need to kill 5 more, and then we need to find some MREs, and we still need to mark 1 truck. We marked the one on the resort already, so we need the one on construction site. We need to run over these bodies again because we didn't make it out. Well, we did, but the game bugged out on us on the extraction, and none of that rate counted. We had 7 or 8 quests finished in that rate, which did not count. And we still need to mark the blood samples container things on the pier. And we have to do signal again, because at one of the raids I forgot to go to the roof of the resort. I did 4 rooms in the resort and I walk out thinking, oh, I still need to go to the swamp to get the car, and I forgot to go to the roof. So which means we have to do signal again. It's one of those stupid quests. You have to touch 2 satellite dishes and leave. It's the same with the body. It's not that hard. You just need to run over a couple of dead bodies. But all 3 locations you need to be and then extract. Which we had. But the game bugged out on extraction. I'm going to do as normal. We're going to start with a scav run on customs. That's what we always do when we start an episode. And we are looking for mainly motors, tool sets, and for God's sake, elite pliers. For level 25, that is definitely the item which is the hardest to find in PvE. A bloody elite plier. If I was level 25 on PvP, by doing our scav runs on customs, I probably would have 20-25 elite pliers. I'm not even kidding. They regularly spawn in mechanic, in the garage there, in the metal cabinet. They are often spawning in the 5-6 tech crates which are around and inside stronghold. In PvE, they don't. We found 1. And I'm not even sure that we actually find it on customs. I think we did. I think somewhere in the green room, in one of those rooms on the shelf somewhere, I think. We eventually got 1, but in theory they can spawn in every tech crate, toolbox, and even duffel bag. Well, I'm not 100% sure. At some point we found 1, but it's very possible that it was in a toolbox on streets or so. It's not something which I'm normally worried about, but on this mode, apparently you have to. Because I only need 4 found in raid for the hideout. But they're just not spawning anywhere. And then you have people showing up, usually saying like, oh yeah, you know, in the comments or so, like, oh, you should go to interchange, the backup of whatever, backup Goshen or backup idea or whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not scabbing on interchange. I never find anything on that bloody map. At least not something that I not can find on any other map. I'm not an interchange man, I'm not a reserve man. There's like, for me it is customs, streets, or lighthouse. That's where I find the things that we need. Like in this garage here. This place here. This cabin. Very often has elite players if you play in the PvP. But here I can find every other thing except for elite players apparently. I think we're at that point we're gonna have to spawn in with one or something. Let's see. Light bleeds, heavy bleeds. We are shooting FMJ, which is not great. I don't need mayo. I don't need any of that actually, but we do need those. Didn't I just put them on the wish list? Didn't I save that? Oh my god, that might be a possibility. Or it changes in such a way that you don't see it on your scab anymore, the wish list. Yeah, like here, I need these things, I need wires. One time an elite player. Well, not one time actually. Need way more than one. Stashes, they were like, at some point we did like stash runs as well with our scabs. Also something where they can spawn, but not sure who or what it is, but it's something, alright. Gunda Rashala would be my guess. Sodium? No, we need coffee, not sodium. I'm gonna pick one up, I don't know. There's a lot of shooting going on here. And then it went quiet. So I think one of the bosses is there. Either Rishala or the super bosses. Another tech crate, which is, if you have big crates which are empty, that is a problem. Especially these two are very often empty. Or one item in it. That is why we don't find elite players. These things should have, like, in PvP they have 10-12 things. In PvE they sometimes have one, as you can see. It's a normal scav? Okay, that kind of means that the puzzles are not here. Just checking the pants. If it's blue with black dots on it, then it is a guard. The other thing with those guards is they tell you to piss up and normally they don't immediately shoot you. They only immediately shoot you when you are dealing with Reshala. If Reshala is in front of you, then suddenly the guards will start shooting you. When he calls them. These things, the fact that they are always empty, these big crates, this is why we don't find elite players here in PvE. That's 4. Here's number 5. And then there's another tech crate up top there as well. Nope. Sort of have an idea where the PMCs are. Every PMC in this mode has 2 grenades, so if you have a bunch of grenades exploding, then you know that there are 2 PMCs fighting each other. Matches. Matches. What are you shooting, mate? Nothing? He's not shooting anything. He's just bait shooting. He's bait shooting. He wants us to come over and kill him, or he will kill us. I won't even mind. I see a dead bandit. Question is he alone or does he have a teammate? Just making sure he was dead because I doubt it. I think he was healing actually. Yeah, that's what you have. We're dealing with this stupid. Are you a scav coughing out there or what's going on? Don't sound good, mate.
Нихуя тут нет никого! Да вот он!
Fucking heal up. He's actually healing up because he shut up. It's either that or he dropped that.
Блять, тут нашего завалили!
Левый коронный, правый похоронный.
Where did he go, our mate here? Did he die or what? Oh, here he is. I'm gonna start picking them up because at some point we need so many of those. And we need like, what is it, like 15 and then 25 for the final Bitcoin? I think something like that. Okay, can you just give us an elite player somewhere? That would be great. How many days are we looking for an elite player now? Not necessarily like doing loot runs for it, but keep an eye out for it at least. At least 4 or 5 episodes, I think. We needed one at some point for security, I think. Or generator or something. Which eventually we found. And then we broke the wall. We had the sledgehammer on day 1. And the door is still not open. Because of a stupid elite player. That is the icebreaker poster. If you pick up this poster, you unlock the icebreaker chapter. You can pick it up with your scav though. It will count. Metal parts, measuring tape, yep. Yeah, it did not save him. Because I just remembered that I put that thing on the wish list and it's not here. I don't know, yeah. If you're not finding them in tech crates and toolboxes, then where on earth are you gonna find them? Stashes, yeah, is also an option. Stashes can have everything, of course. I think they are just very rare. Okay, I think there's also a daily. There's a daily going, I'm pretty sure. Where you need to find horses or something. Because we haven't seen horses in like days. Because we were looking for one to barter trade for a documents case. Eventually we found it. So also there, right? We saw like 4 horses in 25 levels. And now we find 2 in one raid. There is probably a daily for some people today where you need to find horses. Like the other day where we had to find a cat. And suddenly the cats were spawning all over. Cola could also be one of those. You sort of have an idea when you're like looting. You sort of have an idea what the dailies are. It's like a certain number of quests for dailies which are always rotating, and then of course a lot of people have that, so they need to make that they need to make those items spawn more often that day, because otherwise people can't even complete it. What do we have on this side? Railroad to the military base. Let's just check here. That way then. Back to where we came from. Passage between the rocks or a railroad to the military base. Which kind of suggests if you take that checkpoint there or the train here that you go to the reserve map. That's what that kind of suggests. But we'll never know, I guess. Like that train there is supposedly go to reserve and then arrive there at the train station, I guess. You can also go with a train from Lighthouse to reserve. Just checking a few stashes here before we extract. Because that elite plier thing is slightly getting on my nerves. It's over here somewhere. In the corner. There it is. T-plug. Oh, okay, okay. That's also nice. That's also nice. That's our lavatory done. Lavatory level 3. If you see me look at fences, these stashes are dynamic. They do not spawn every raid, but where I am looking, there are spawns. 65 dynamic spawns on the customs map with these stashes. Guess who knows all of them? Right, me. I took the bother of learning all these things. Not to do stash runs or something, but just on your way out, you can pick up a few. If you don't know where they are, then you can't, of course. And especially in the beginning of a wipe, that is way more interesting to get your stuff for your hideout very quickly. A lot of people go to interchange or something, or they go reserve for keys, which is also stupid. Okay. Let's have a look. I'm gonna have to put that there for now. Money can go there. We'll deal with that in a second. Hard drive. I think somewhere over here. No. How are we doing on helmets and so? We can use one, and we'll take the headset as well. I don't want any of that stuff. We don't want any of that stuff at all. Why is this squash over here? Okay.
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
Fence is happy about it. I think maybe he's calling us all kind of names. That's also possible. We speak a few languages, but Russian is not really one of them. We would know a few words like Das Vidania and whatnot. Music 30. Level 30 music. I haven't. Yeah, we need to keep them. We need to keep them because. Yeah, we had Friends from the West Part 1 where we had to turn in some music doc tags. Because you can also sell these. Especially the high levels, however, they have some value. You get a certain amount per level of doc tag, so if you like a level 60, then you might actually get like 6,000 rubles for it or something. Alright, let's have a look. How are we doing in this box? We have some room for it. Not much though. Okay. How about this one? Horses? I'll need that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the fuel conditioner. We found one the other day. I don't know how many we need, but 4 is... I picked one up so that I have 4 of them sitting. I know Peacekeeper needs some of them for, I think it's like one of those Cargo X parts or wet job parts. He needs a few of these things. Is it 2, 3, 4? I don't know. Definitely not more than 4, I think. PSU. Okay. Whiskey. Start collecting those as well, and then we have valuables. Cats and horses and lions over there. In case we want another duck case at some point, we probably will. Okay. This thing empty, this thing is empty. There we go. Hideout. I think we can do a lavatory, because this was the only item we needed to find in... We might have to buy some stuff, but we needed a pressure gauge, whatever. Yeah, we need to find... Yep. We need to buy 2 hoses, that's okay. Oh, they're pretty cheap at the moment, actually. That's also 7 hours. It's a couple of hours, obviously, seeing it is the final upgrade for these stations. So, lavatory is going, heating is going, security is going, vents is already level 3, illumination is already level 3. Our hideout is slightly coming together. Of course, we have those stations. If we ever find an elite player, then we can do those stations as well. Because we need to open that door first, and that stupid elite player is the thing which is blocking it. And also a tool set now, of course. Yes, I have to do this all again. Why does it not save it? Now we need more hoses, of course. And a casino as well. We're good on bulbs. We're good on duct tape, that's fine. Yeah, but there's not much you can do about it, no? I put these things on the wish list earlier. And they're back up it again. Let's click on the save button, maybe it saves it then, but it's weird. Okay. Didn't use any of this. Apparently not. Flash drives, aren't they sitting over here somewhere? Yeah, that's what I thought. You go there. So we need more bolts. Okay, the bolts are on the wish list now. The green bats are as well. We're fine with nails. We probably need some more metal parts. We're okay with lamps for now, but we probably need more. Wires and capacitors we can craft. Relays we can point from, that would also be nice. There's also some shit in here which we probably don't need anymore. Things like hunting matches and TP bricks. We still needed 10 knuckles. Yeah, we bought those for med station, but our problem is the LEDX. I can upgrade med station, but then I have to use my LEDX. I only have one so far. Over here. When do we need to turn that thing in? I think at level 35. But yeah, we'll not be able to, we don't have any marksroom keys, do we? We can only buy the super keys and the key cards and so on level 35. Normal keys we could buy on level 25 now on the market, but okay. We got some money potentially for the car. What are we doing? Blueberry stuff. Let's start with that. Do we have food and drinks with us? We don't. Okay, that's not a good idea. If you go to Shoreline, you want to bring some food and drinks. Okay. It's one of those maps where it's not easy to actually find food or drinks. I am not insuring that blue stuff. No, it's not gonna happen. We might later on, because there is another quest coming with Blueberry where you have to kill like 12 things on 12 scaps on I think 8 different maps or something. But for this quest, I'm not insuring this. If we lose it, we lose it. Then we'll buy some more. Peacekeeper sells these things. Put a few $100s. We insure from time to time something, but not too much, because otherwise your insurance stash is full of crap and you don't have room to stash it. 3-4 times a day or so we will insure something, maybe. So that we just have a few kits for the next episodes, basically. Because that's what it is. If you die here in this mode, you get your stuff back. Except for your ammo, of course. Okay. We need things to go our way now. We need to spawn on the construction site on the other side of the pier. That would be great. Or I wouldn't even mind spawning on custom site. Because that construction site, we need to mark that truck there. That's always a whole way walking around. We know the PMCs on this map are sitting on weather station. And they're definitely hanging out on the tunnel, on the boat there to the Scav Island. There are always like 2-3 teams PMC sitting. If the goons are not on weather, then there are PMC sitting in bushes. That's why we died yesterday. Couldn't see him, he was hiding in a bush somewhere. And we needed to touch that signal and he shot us in the back. They're probably on the resort as well, but... it's always a bit with the PvE mode, is you need to figure out where the PMCs are spawning. We have a pretty good idea on customs, and we have a decent idea on Shoreline. On streets, you hear them fighting car dealer a lot, so I'm assuming there are some on car dealer fighting the boss there always. Okay, I'm okay with that. We just spawned in. Who are they shooting? As far as in. Does goons can spawn there? I don't know. In PvP they spawn on weather, but... we're going sort of in between the trees. Might look a bit iffy on stream, but... that's a bit of the problem with Twitch. We have a bit of a different view. I have a pretty decent overview here from the map. But Twitch has a problem with bushes and grass in games like this. We're streaming on 1080 now, but at some point we were streaming at 936 when we played this game, just for the trees and the grass on woods and on Shoreline. But we have a decent view though. We're streaming on 1080, but I'm playing on 2K. But there's not much point in streaming in 2K. Because a lot of people are watching on their phone or whatever. Some people tried it, but they went back to 1080 very quickly. Because most of their chat was complaining. There are a few which the chat was not complaining, they kept their stances. That could be the goons. I don't think it is the goons though, because the goons normally don't miss. Whoever it was is sitting... How many were there? 3, 4? Well, I think we found another PMC spawn. Oh, we killed one as well. Saw one dropping and we were shooting the other one and we got shot by the third one. At least 3. Holy moly. Then they shoot you with 5.56 FMJ, bullet. Yeah, one guy hit me and then the FMJ hit me in the arm or something and then you die. Because the FMJ has a lot of damage. And we were getting shot by the weather guys. That's a problem you have with these stupid quests. No, we can't even wear that. Okay. Peacekeeper, my man. Give me one of these stupid blue stuff here. Because we have to wear it. We're looking for scabs, not for players, and we run into a freaking trio. Well, at least we learned that there are people spawning on that construction terminal as well. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need to be in that construction thing. We need to mark a truck there. That's what we were working on. What do we have here? That's good enough to start with. I need to get some normal drinks or something. What's that sugar doing here? Sell that shit. Yeah. $91,777 is our sugar price. There we go. I was about to say it will sell, but it's already gone. 9078456. Okay. That's good enough. We don't need a specific gun, so we can shoot whatever. We can wear a headset. That is allowed. We just need something to shoot. It doesn't matter. Yes, actually. How about we do this? Bunch of sitting. We have some dollars left, right? Can we buy the suppressor yet? Yes, we can. Okay, that's good enough. Where are they? Oh, I wish they would put these stupid scopes on the same side. There we go. Every time you open that thing, it's on a different thing. They're in different order. They're never the same. Okay, something like this will do. Should be able to buy that from Peacekeeper for dollars, most of it. Yep. There we go. And you should also have the mags and the ammo as well. 1, 2. Where did you put them? Over there. What do we have from ammo? bit of AP. Slot is not empty, apparently. $11. Okay, we'll do what's this, 17? Yeah, that's fine. Boom, boom. And then here we'll do 22 and fill that up, and then boom. Well, there we actually have decent ammo for it. Okay, and do we have anything decent for that? We do. We got some ME. Boom. Have any lock sitting? It's a mess. I should have never auto sorted this box. We had caliber per caliber, and now it's a big mess. Now it's just, I don't know what it even does. It doesn't. What does it sort it on? Like name? Not really. Not really, because we have flechette here in the last. It's also not alphabetic or something. I don't know. I don't know. No idea how it sorts it. But let's do that. No, this gun is not ready yet. Let's put a Bolt Pro on it, which I should be able to get from the traders. Yep. Okay. Save this build as who knows what. CQB or something. Outside. Has a bit of a range, not necessarily for inside, but it works. You have all the parts, yeah, it's fine, just assemble it then, mate. There we go. And if we do see some of these idiots in distance, because we also have Shooterboard in Heaven on this map. Okay. Of course, we look like a blueberry. We still have our thingies with us. Yep. Back to the Shoreline. Can we just spawn their place? That would be nice. I refuse to ensure that blue thing. We just need 5 scabs. But yeah, of course, if we don't see any scabs, then you run into players first, which are hiding behind trees and things like that. Like there, I had to wait to shoot till they came behind the tree, because there was a tree in between my the line with them. But like that guy on the weather station that was shooting us from the back there, I can assure you, if we go there and we kill that guy, I can assure you that that guy was shooting with iron sights, probably. That's the problem with the AI in PvE is a bit weird. In a way, they're dumb as fuck, because they announce everything they do. They announce when they see you, even through the wall. They announce when they're reloading. They announce when they're gonna throw a grenade. Frag out, that means when he calls that, you still have time to move over. And then he will throw the frag, and it will explode, but by the time you moved over, it will not hurt you. If it says reloading, then he's actually reloading, which means you can just push him and put him to sleep. Because he will be in the cutscene reloading. So in that way they are dumb as hell. But in another way, especially if they're like a group of 2 or 3, they just beam you with 2 or 3 of them. You very often die. if you run into a 3-man. But sometimes they're also dumb, like one day we came out of interchange, there were 3 standing out of the bridge. I think one of them gave us a bleed and the other, but we still had enough time to kill all 3 of them. Can we just spawn in that construction site? That would be nice. There is a spawn point there. That would be nice, and we can just mark that truck, then we at least have that thing out of the way. It's such a stupid construction thing there. Such out of the way. There they are again. It's like PMC spawning on the same places as AI, I think, as the scavs. That's why you always hear shooting that quickly into a raid. They are spawning next to each other. Because the AI PMCs, they're obviously spawning on the same spot as the scavs are. They're shooting each other, but they're not killing each other. They're just shooting. It's like, it's in a way it's bait shooting. They want you to come there and then they will all shoot you at the same time. That's how it usually goes. The other day we were running into 3 teams and they were all fighting me, not each other. That's how the AI works in so if you see a few of those guys, you can better flank around and see if you can get another angle on them. Because that's when they're actually stupid to fight. Let's have a look here. So there is a spawn here somewhere, that's pretty clear. But the question is when, of course. I like, you see. That's what I mean. It's like the stupid scav is shooting me through the bushes with iron sight and immediately blacks out your arm. But this time it's a scav, right? But then on that same spawn, if it's not a scav, there could be like a trio of PMCs spawning on that same spot. Okay, this is also something they need to change. They changed this that it's priority head and thorax first. But like in this case, we maybe lost 1 point on the head and 1 point on the thorax, but we lost our arm. It should fix the arm first. Whatever needs the urgent help. Shooting. FMJ, yeah, of course. Heavy damage ammo. That's what they're running around with here. Oh, he brought his backpack. Okay, that's one. So we need 4 more of those scavengers. That would also be great. Then we are done with this stupid blueberry stuff. Did we pass the truck yet? No, there's a truck. Well, Senator is not in the back, but that doesn't mean anything though. He could be in the front. We had to deal with him the other day. And that killed us a few quests. Because it was the last post where we needed to be. The last stop. We have to mark the containers there. And run over the bodies as well. That sounds like them. That's not good. It did not sound like a normal scav. I don't know if we got a guard or if it was a bus. But something died there though. The guard was not happy, that was pretty clear. Shut up, Nikita. Seriously. Why did I pick Nikita's voice? First fix our stomach before our painkiller wears off, because otherwise he's gonna start coughing again like an idiot. One of them must have pushed though. There's no way that he throws a nade from the pier all the way here, right? You would think. No, we didn't get an achievement, so we did not kill the boss. We killed one of the guards. Otherwise we would have an achievement popping up for killing Sanitar. We got one when we killed Partisan, we got one when we killed Rashara, yeah. So boss is not dead, that's not good. Because by this time he definitely has stimmed up. And how many guards does he have? That depends. 4 or 5. Or 3. Or I don't know. Captains are gonna bother us here. No, don't drop up. Where's the other one go? And where did the Senator boy go? That's another good question. He must be inside. Or did he run to the back? The guy was wearing a gazelle, I think. Would that be his guards pushing out so far? Could be. Sounded like a normal scav, but the ones that were shooting us earlier were definitely not normal scavs. They are normal scavs though. And he picked up the gun from whatever we shot there. Yeah. Definitely. Read that rig as well, he has 60 round max BT. So that scav went all over there. And Senator Boy just let him pick up that stuff? Without killing him? What is that all about? But he also picked up Magnum, so that guy also has a shotgun. What is this? 306? What? Oh my god. Have some fish, Nikita. Seriously. Sexy around Mike with BTs. Okay. So. I think we killed one guard. Which means there could be 3 or 4 left if he's there. That he must be there. We need to figure out where he went. Did he went inside? We didn't bring any nades, of course. We killed one of them. Whatever it was. It's not, it's partisan. It's fucking partisan and doesn't want to die. It's not Senator. I just changed my mic. That first bullets that were APs. Huh? So it wasn't Senator. It's partisan. This fucker here. No, we killed the guard. So Senator is also. So Senator is working together with partisan now, or what? So we have 2 bosses here. Right. I guess we are not allowed to mark those stupid bodies. Third time I think we died here on that stupid pier. Oh, that map is such a boring map. That map has no flow. Like there should always be a bridge from the construction site straight to the pier. That you have another way of getting to that pier. Now you always have to come through this clusterfucker road here. We have Senator sitting there inside the building with like at least 2 guards, maybe 3 guards still alive. And then we have Partisan guy here showing up here. Partisan man is fucked up. He really is. Ever since that Woods event, he's confused. Because that Woods event you could kill whatever you wanted on site and Partisan remembers that. So he's chasing you like an idiot. And that was also our last respirator that we just died with. That we needed for our man there. Yeah, anything else? Anything else would have been okay. Anybody else would have been okay. No, it had to be Partisan who doesn't want to die with 1 meg of FMJ. It had to be him. Which means we're still not there, are we? No, of course. One. I need to spend $500 for one stupid scam. on blueberry gear. What is this here? 309. 309. That key. Why does that key even exist? 309. I'm pretty sure that door is not locked. It's a fake key. I don't think there's even a door in that room. It might be a door, but it's not locked. Some of the resort keys are... Yeah, it's like, what is it? 106 or something, or 108? No, it's 107, I think. There's one of those downstairs which there's not even a door in there. Just an open door frame. But there is a key existing for it. What we are doing is making some room here for activities. That's good. Okay. Well, we're done with that construction side. That's already something that we don't have to worry about anymore. You know what we should do? We should just go in with a pistol, actually. Makes us lighter. Makes us lighter and more maneuverable, and then take a sniper as a backup for shootable in heaven. If we couldn't stop looking into these bosses. So we have one. Yeah, we need to go back to that. We need to still mark those blood sample things here. Okay, what is your problem here, mate? Can we get this? No, we can't. Okay. We need some ammo for this. That might be a bit of a problem. Okay, we need to buy diesel. Not as good as the ME, but it's okay. It's decent. I don't think I have any MEs anymore. We finally ran out. Yep. We had a bunch from the event, but... yeah, we need to buy blueberry. Unfortunately. It's good enough to start with. I want to go to something else. We have to go back to that stupid Shoreline. Oh, I fucking hate that map. Such a boring map. You're always running around from one side to another over that field, and there are no points of interest. It's like you have the resort in the middle, and then you have the pier and the cottages, and that's it. There are like 3 buildings, and you're always running around. Always need to make sure you have enough food and drink, because you run out of energy before you even get to these places, and you always spawn on the other side from where you need to be on that map. That's how it feels like. Such a boring map. And the problem with this thing is we're not even on the worst part. We're not even on the worst part. The worst part is yet to come. That's going to be like, hey, go to the resort and go to room A and now extract. And then you complete that quest, you turn it in, and then the next quest shows up. Now go back to the resort and go to room B and extract. And then go back and go to room C, and that still needs to come. The thing where we have to go 100 times to one of these rooms in the resort and then extract, and then hence and repeat. Which is always a 5, 10 minute, 15 minute walk just to get to that place. Fight off some sniper scabs and some other bush Wookiees. Just to get into that one room. And then 1/3 of the time you probably run into the Senator boy. Yeah, we can't be lucky and spawn on the pier because there is no spawn. Closest we can get to that place is a construction site. That spawn exists. Also in PvE, because I spawned there once or twice already, I think. But yeah, it's always like... Also now, we need to touch the bodies. Where? Well, on the cottages, on the resort, and on the pier. It's always those 3 places. Now 1 or 2 quests on the weather side, and 1 or 2 on the smuggler's camp, but that's it. All the rest of the quests are resort, pier, cottages. Some order or another. And it's protected by bosses, as you can see. Which is also unlucky. That could be, the pier could be the quietest place to be. You can just walk in there sometimes and loot the whole place. We've done that like 2-3 times, but now that we have to go mark something there, like there's not 1 boss, there are 2 bosses around even. Because this partisan fucker is also following us ever since that woods event. I don't think the goons are here, otherwise Bird Eye would already try to shoot us. Because they are also only locked to you. Yeah.
Yes, I'm hit.
Now we're fighting people with a pistol in the woods. You see, but this is not real Tarkov. If that was a PMC in PvP, you would be dead. Because that fucker will not announce that like, oh, I see the enemy. He's there. Basically giving away his position, because otherwise we would not see him. He was sitting behind that rock. Some people say like, yeah. But hey, again, what's the first thing we run into? This guy. We need 1 scab. We need 1 scab so that we can get rid of that blueberry stuff. But first thing we run into, our man over here. Good. Just give us one scav that we at least have that blueberry stuff done. Before we die again on the pier. Senator and the boys, or partisan, who knows. They were both there actually. But yeah, it would have been. In PvP that would have been a quick reset, I can tell you that. If that would have been PvP, because obviously in PvP people do not VoIP. They just let you go by and shoot you in the back and boom, end of the raid. But here we live because this guy announces from miles away that he sees us or whatever he was yelling, which gives us a time to react and maneuver. In such a way that we only have a bleed and not dead. Look at this. There's no AI here again. Which means there is probably... This is dangerous now. Would that mean that there can be some idiot in a bush here again? Yeah, there is no AI here. Here's a stupid plane. Yeah, that's also something in PvE. Every raid has a plane. Which is quite annoying. We also need to keep an eye on our back, because seeing there is no normal AI, it's very possible that there's like a trio of PMC spawning in behind you. And suddenly you get shot in the back and you don't know what's coming from. Especially seeing we shot at the one already there. That means that on this side there's no AI, so it's gonna respawn things. Nothing on the road here. Pick one out at the gas station or something. Can we finally mark that blood sample, or is Senator there again to yeah, probably. He loves blood and everything with stims. So he probably will be there to defend it. He's not hanging out on the back at first sight. Well, it doesn't mean anything. Earlier he was also up front. It'd also be nice if we can just get one scap. Okay. Is that a player or a scap? That was a scap because humanitarian supplies is over. If that was a player, then that was a shooter born. That would be nice. I don't think so. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like I say, sometimes they are stupid. Doesn't look like a scap though. Maybe it is, yeah, okay. Thought you had a big backpack. Okay. I think that's good news for us. Because that sounds like they are fighting Senator on the resort. So that might mean that he's finally not here, that we can just mark that stupid thing there. Something will bother us, of course. Well, this is not outside. They could still be inside though.
Эй, земляк, мы стрелять не хотим,
No.
мы так наблюдаем.
Normal scavs. And we run over the bodies.
Вали хуесоса!
See, nobody's here except for normal scavs. We can as well do the saves and the computers. You have a backpack, mate.
Вон он!
Shut the hell up. What are you shooting? Hollow points. They could have fucked us up. That one is a little bit bugged. Should be fine once we open it again. There we go. Put that there for now. Chain it, we don't need. Okay, we got one marking done. We ran over the bodies. There's another one, I think. Over 100,000. And we still have food and drinks. You have anything else? No. I don't know where, but there's another one somewhere. partisan again.
Куда пошел?
Normal scaff, we don't need those anymore. We're done with that blueberry shit. For now at least. Let's have a look that I didn't miss anything, because okay, this thing is done. This thing is done once we find the MREs. Maybe. Are we really gonna have to go around? It's actually risky, to be honest. On the other hand, one day or another we're gonna have to do this stupid thing again. Touch the satellite disc, then we need to go to the resort to touch the bodies, then we need to go to the cottage to touch the bodies, and also touch the satellite dish on the resort. No way. There's no way that we do not run into Senator on any of those locations. The best thing we can hope for that he's here in the resort, that he's inside. We did not really bring guns to fight the boss and his guards again. It's also possible, there were a lot of explosions here earlier, it's also possible that the goons are here. And if they are not, then there will be some PMCs here camping this shit as always. They're always sitting in these bushes here. Oh.
Вон он, блядь! Ебать его!
Where's the other one? I don't know where it went, there was another one. Somewhere on the tower. Okay. See you later, alligator. You can do whatever you need to do on your bloody tower. It's also funny when you bring like a shooter-borne gun and you don't see any PMCs in the open anywhere. Then they're like sitting in buildings in corners. Okay, plan is to go up the hill there, run to the helicopter to touch the bodies, go left side of the resort, go in on the west, run to the roof, and then to the cottages. That sounds like bus stop. I'm just gonna try to execute this because this is one of these annoying quests. Touch the bodies on the 3 hotspots of the map. and extract. And then usually on one of those 3 spots it goes wrong, and then you have to do that whole thing again. Same with signals, that's why I'm trying to do it in one raid now. Like here, we just briefly need to touch these bodies. There will be something around here, more than likely. There we go. Just let him do his sprint. At some point he will stand still. Just a scab, I'm assuming. There was some shooting here though. There's probably a PMC in here. Change of plans. I'm not gonna fight any of these bush Wookiees which sees us obviously through the bushes. We'll go through the inside because it was pretty quiet over here. Because we know they're on bus stop. That's a normal scab. That kind of suggests that Senator is not here. Did you hear him sprint? Kinda also suggests that he's probably he will probably be on the cottages then. We can buy it, but it is needed for a gunsmith quest. Sounds like they're on cottages, which is the last place we need to be. Let me double check it to be sure, because anesthesia is done, humanitarian supplies is done except for the MREs, colleagues is the last thing we need to do. Signal is done if we can make it out. That's gonna be our problem now. We're obviously not going out on tunnel because that's where all these PMCs are sitting. We just need to be on the cottage. In the backyard, touching the bodies, and that's it. Now we have signal done and colleagues done. But see, Senator was not on the pier and he was not in resorts. He probably will be on the cottages. But that doesn't mean necessarily that that's a problem. And there used to be a stash here somewhere. They removed that shit? Probably. Alright. At first look, I don't see any guards in the greenhouse. At least not in that greenhouse. Well, they're usually in the greenhouse of this yard, which I cannot see with all the trees. Of course they are here. Are you fucking kidding me?
Кидаю гранату!
That one stopped throwing nades at us, so I think we got that one. We were just shooting a bush there where he was sitting in, but... So we still have at least 2 more guards and Senator himself. Which I have no idea where they are. Because we don't see them, but there is. See what I mean? They are shooting you fucking through a bush. We're gonna have to take them one by one out. fucking greenhouse, which is the worst place to fight them. And they're just waiting there. Where is this fucker here? Could be in any of these bushes, these bookish idiots. They kill themselves. Again, every time. He's just sitting there. We saw his jacket, but not his head. Fucking senator boy. I couldn't find his guard either. This was a guard. Yeah, we killed one guard. I don't know where it is. Sitting in a bush. It was sitting in a bush here somewhere. Don't know where his body was. Was trying to find that body so we can throw some nades there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The first guy was a player. The first guy looked like a scav. The second guy looked like a player. It was the other way around. So it was not a shooter born in heaven either. Yeah, we had one guard, but there were still two guards and senator. Senator, we saw a jacket, but not his head. But he looked to be like he was on the floor. Like, I think one of the guards with their nade killed senator. I think. Yeah, 545 beat. They're shooting tracers. 545 tracers. They're definitely tracing straight through the bush. We're looking for a head or something to pop out. It's pixels. They have iron sighted. Trust me. If you would able to loot them, you will see they have iron sights. They see with iron sights through a bush. But I don't care because the blueberry shit is over. We can wear something else again. We're done with that shit. What are we missing here? Some heals. This one is not even full. Okay, it seems to need, we need to buy a batch of heals, apparently. Listen, mister, we marked your stupid blood things. That's out of the way. Ah. That also opens samples. Yeah, we're missing an L1, a 3 BTG, and a mule, and an Abdul bus. We do have the Meldonin. We do have an AHF1. And we do have the P22. A mule we can craft in Med Station 3, I think. Abdolbos maybe as well, actually. The 3 BTG and the L1 we're gonna have to find. Humanitarian supplies is done. The only thing we need to do is find MREs, which I don't think we can craft. We can craft the green Iskras, but the Russian MREs. But not the American ones, I think. We can craft the green ones, but not the white ones. Oh, so we can actually. Ah, okay. That changes things. How long is that? 30 minutes for 2? Okay. For 2, and then 4, 5, 6. And then we have another craft ready right here. Unless Peacekeeper gives us some. What am I supposed to do with this shit, mate? Seriously. CRS Lee. Yada yada yada. As well is a gunsmith. How? Can I buy that suppressor yet? That was also a problem. Yeah, as well is also a gunsmith gun. The Vector as well. Yeah, this thing. Can I buy that yet? We know level 25 was keys, but I think it was also gun parts. What are these things doing here? Quest items. Nope. Let's put that in there. It is good ammo though. That's not that, but it's 6, right? Yeah, it's SP6 and SPP. It's pretty good ammo. If you want to use the ASBall. It's pretty good ammo. We have drum room. Yeah, we also need a couple of more ammo boxes that we can start spreading this ammo a bit more by caliber. Okay, so we're crafting the MREs. We will have 2 ready in 30 minutes, and then we can do another craft, and then humanitarian supplies is done. Colleagues, no. Again, Senator did not want to touch us these bodies, so we have to go to all 3 places again. And the same for Signal. He could be anywhere he wanted, inside the resort, inside the cottage. No, of course not. It has to be in the greenhouse next to the bodies that you need to touch. That's like... If you don't have that quest, you never see him there. Except for when you have the quest, then he's sitting in the greenhouse. Stimming up, using all the stims that he had in his backpack. And then you need like... I don't even know if we could get him with the guns that we had there. Yeah, with the sniper, yeah, that's what I was trying to do, to get him with the sniper. And I think we shot the wrong guy as well, with the wrong gun as well, with the first guy. Snoozer born in heaven, where are you? I think we had to... Then we killed the first guy with a pistol, and then we switched to the sniper, and then that turned out to be a scav. But I might be wrong. Nope, I'm not wrong. We shot the first guy, which was a PMC, with our pistol. And then the second guy who looks a PMC, we take the sniper, and then it turned out to be a scav. But yeah, They were both so low geared that it looks the same. Back in the day, you could switch. You could see it on the kneecaps. The PMC was wearing kneecaps, the scav was not, but now the scavs are also wearing kneecaps. So if they're wearing low gear, you can barely see the difference. Yeah, we're basically done there. But the problem is that colleagues blocked that whole with job and Cargo X peacekeeper quest line, I think. Oh, that phone! I keep forgetting about these phones. Do we have that available? We do. Okay. Let's start crafting these phones here because I keep forgetting it. Okay, we need 2 of these batteries. And a stick of RAM. That's going to be expensive, probably. Okay. That's for the story. We need to craft that to figure out what is in the audio tape before we can go further with Mr. Kerman. But there's another one, though. What do we need for that? Capacitors, wires, and RAM. That's the other one. That's number 2. This is number 1. I think that's it. I don't think there's a number 3. That's 5 hours. That's not something we have to worry about. If we have enough fuel, we do. Okay. This thing is upgrading. Will also take about 5 hours. Once it's upgraded, then laboratory will be done. Then we just need 1 coffee here, and then this can upgrade for 14 hours. Right. Okay. Whatever you say. This is upgrading. Generator is upgrading. Laboratory is upgrading. Workbench we can only do when we're level 30, followed by water collector. And then the boost collector will show up, and then the Intel Bitcoin farm will show up. What are we missing here? Scav case, solar panel, air filter unit, library. When does the library show up? Solar panel. Oh yeah, and this piece of thing crap here, which you can only find in labs. Yeah, we're not going to search for that with Black Division running around there. We need generator 3, workbench 3 for solar panel. Yeah, this joke, and 25,000 euros. This joke is about 35 million rubles. Scav case, what do we need for scav case? Intel Center 2. Okay. And library, rest space 3. Bunch of diaries. A found in raid Bekisi book? Okay, then we need to find another one then. Since when did that need to be found in raid? Jesus Christ. We have one sitting for collector, but we need another one then. And the Bitcoin farm also needs Intel. Okay, so Intel 2 we need to build at some point. An air filter unit, generator. Generator, and we also need skier on level 3. And the boost generator, water collector, and nutrition. Yeah, once laboratory is done, we can do nutrition. Once workbench is done, we can do water collector. And then we can do boost, and then we can start making our moonshine and start making some money. Intel 2, what requires? Security, that is upgrading. Nutrition we'll be doing after laboratory, and then mid station. And then where we can do Intel 2, and once we have Intel 2, we can do scav case and Bitcoin farm with 10 GPUs. So we need to find some more GPUs by that time as well. We have 3 or 4 sitting, I think, but well, we can start it up with 1 GPU. We can start it up, but level 1 it's 10, level 2 is 25 GPUs, and level 3 is 50 GPUs. And they're 500,000 in PvE. So we better check some more computers from time to time. And we also need to find Intels because they need to be found in raids. By the time we get here, we need to have these Intels. We cannot buy them, they need to be found in raids. So we're gonna have to check some more safes and crack house and things like that. Okay, other than that, what are we crafting? Only, oh no, we're crafting, okay. Yeah, okay. Then I have to do it 500,000. Do we even have 500,000? Just, only just. Okay. I'm gonna have to use my because we also need med station, so I need to do the upgrade. I'm gonna have to use my LEDX. We're gonna have to find another LEDX for before we level 35 then. Okay, up to the streets. Let's do a scav run on streets and see if we can find the LEDX. We'll check all the pharmacies. We have a stupid shotgun. We do not want to kill anything. Unless the PMC is looking in the sky. Can blow his head off maybe, but if not, with this gun, not likely. We're gonna try to make some money with this run if we can. Unless we find an elite player, of course, that we need ourselves. But the rest we're probably just gonna sell. Whatever we can find on this. Okay, are we good? Well, it's not a super scav again. Yeah, I should pay more attention to it. Whenever we have a big backpack on our scav, that's when we should go to streets. When we have a small backpack, we should go to another map. We always end up on streets with a small backpack. There's loot there to fill up 5 backpacks, and the problem is you never find dead bodies in. Very rare that you find a dead body in PvE. Compared to PvP, where you find dead scavs, dead players all over the place. Usually one of them has a big backpack. In this mode you barely find any PMCs. Or scavs for that matter. Because the AI, they're bait shooting. They're shooting at each other, but they're not really killing each other. It's a bit... In the beginning you think like, oh okay, it's cool, it feels the same. Sort of the first few levels, because you're dealing with those... Everybody's running around with a pistol and that kind of thing. But once you're sort of past level 10, 15, then you start realizing that There are some things which are just not it. Oh, we spawn next to a stash, which of course is not here now that we spawn here. What are we even shooting? Magnum buckshot. Okay, well at least we have a decent bullet. We can heal a bit, we can stop heavy bleeds, and we can take a pain. Okay, let's find our first lyrics. Well, it was a med crate. Check the computers for some GPUs. Close some doors so that we can at least hear people come in. GPU, flash drive. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take everything we find and then drop stop accordingly the value. That's our fire clean. Kizzy book. Okay, better book. Yeah. We're just opening a filing cabinet. You can immediately see that the loot on streets hit different. Immediately 2 streamers items. At some point we need those, huh? Those are the things we need, like 10, 15, 25 or something. What we're looking here for is keys or green bats in these filing cabinets. Or intels. Well, apparently there's a daily where people need to find meshes because I saw it already earlier. I just bought 8 of those. Yeah, if you need nixers, streets is the place to find them. Normal scav. Don't need the rubles, but we will take... I don't need the morphine. We'll take the diary because we need the diaries for library. We just noticed. GPU. Relays. Don't need a piece for anything. It's a ST, not really. Maybe 2 boxes in here have elite pliers. No, they don't. The mini duffel. Don't need sodium, squash. Just eat it, I guess. Buckwheat. Also something you can find on this map. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We need to find a bigger backpack. Right, we have a daily where we need to find, what was it, Amelia's and 2 milk, I think. Should not be a problem on this map. Okay, how about athletics? Up down the scope, okay. We'll take it, I guess. We'll take it. Actual parrots. We don't have. We have the book already. We don't have the parrot yet. Well, we do, I think, but we need another one for Ragman. We'll check this filing cabinet because there is usually something like an Intel or a working LCD in this one. If there's an Intel in here, we're obviously gonna drop something like the buckwheat. But the green bat could also be in here. Figure it up for now, but not a quest key or anything. Ah, it's paper. That should have been our Intel. That's the Intel spawn. Was paper this time. Wherever Intel can spawn, the printer paper can also spawn. Dundunk we already have. I'm gonna have to check some stashes or something. Or maybe this guy. Backpack? Armor. Great. Just fucking great. This is food. This could definitely have milk. Sugar. We can craft capacitors. Sugar is 80-90k. What all kind of shit? Okay, Colantine, are you here, mate? If not, there are a couple of med crates in there. That could be him. Okay, I'm out. That was not a normal scav. Which means Colonte and the guards are over there. Okay, then we changed our plans then. Might help. I think it was a normal scav over here. Okay, I'll take those. Five bullets. Volunteer should not be here. Sini was there. I think it was one of his guards that came out. Let's see if we can find the door key. Nope. Military cable. That's worth more, although buckwheat is also very rare though. Not normally, but here. Somebody's kicking doors somewhere. Is there any map that has elite players? Seriously. Sledgehammer or something? Yeah. You find a sledgehammer over quicker than an elite player. More car batteries than elite players. Unbelievable, but true. One of these doors opens, pretty sure. No? Okay. I think we're okay in drills. think. I think we have 5 and 2 already. Can you move over, mate?
Упырь.
We have to wait till he wants to move. No, there we go. We lured him out of here. But now, isn't there a note here somewhere? Pretty sure there is here on this thing here somewhere, isn't there? Because we're still missing a story chapter. And that note is somewhere here. It might be that you have to do it with your PMC though. Okay, let's see if that pharmacy over there has some Ledixes for us. We got 20 minutes. We have parking, we have Camp Skatskaya. need one. Okay. No luck. We could go to potentially another pharmacy. We could also go to school, which is basically also a pharmacy. Soft points. How much time do we have? 18 minutes. Okay, we go through this building. There are 2 more medbacks potentially. We cross the street, go through that building, go to the other pharmacy, go through the bar, then to the school, and then we can extract on near Kamskatskaya. Unless we run into a player, then we can shoot his ass. No luck. Eventually one will show up though, analytics. If you keep searching for those medbacks, all the med crates on this map, you will eventually get analytics. I don't bother running a Shoreline 301 or whatever, no. I just run streets medbacks. That's where I'll find all my analytics. The airdrop can of course also have one. To the school. Also a bunch of medbacks. Check this toolbox. Maybe that thing has an elite player. A PGW. No, I need one. Bounty rate. No luck. Could be another one here actually. Last chance, we're out of meds. Med crates. Okay, Devil Back City then. Maybe that has something good for us. Crackers. Yeah. We find a lot of stuff we need actually, but shampoo, squash. Let's eat that. Finding enough food, but not so much to drink actually. Also no green bats. This one is not here. See why I call it Double Back City over here. And this one is not here. Okay, then we do stash over here. Now you're gonna give me a decent backpack? No. Decent armor then. Okay, we'll take that. Now we check about 10 computers. As long as the clock doesn't show up, we can do whatever we want. If we find the GPU, then we obviously drop some bolts or something. Always check the body. It's the same as in green room on customs. Okay, something needs to go. That's gonna be the. That's gonna be the SSDs. Green bats or intels, please. Okay. It gives us access to the labs. Whenever the event is a beard oil. Streamer's item that we did not have yet, I think. We don't need our BAK. And if we really do, we can barter trade with therapists for that one. Yeah, we could use everything that we find here. This map is crazy. Minutes. We will get there. Yeah, same here. I always check this double pack. There are 2 computers in this room, so the game is considering this room as a computer room. And that means that the duffel bag can also have the GPU. Also, that one would not be the first time. Yeah, everything that we found here. If our scab had a bigger backpack, we could have picked up everything that we found. Except for the bulbs. But other than that, we pretty much need everything. We need the spark plugs at some point, we need the relays. Just leaving them behind now to picking up something we need for quests and some things we need for streamers items. Okay, there's our green bats. We're also assuming that we're not going to get into gas storage is actually a pretty decent key. Has a safe. No gas on customs. Has a safe. So director's office. But I'm not going to pick that one up because that has several. Same here. The GPUs can be in the duffel bags, so you do want to check it. This save is locked, but maybe if you have lockpicker skill or whatever it is, the perk, one of the perks for or handyman or whatever it's called, maybe you will be able to pick that. But these fake saves are mostly there to catch cheaters, I think. Cheaters can loot those saves. And there are a few in the game like that, which I think Nikita and the boys are using to get some cheaters. If you make the mistake of looting that, which you're not supposed to be able to, then they know you're full of shit. Okie dokie. CS drive. The sugar is worth more than the diary though. And what did we drop here? I'll pick up the relays. And look at this. And now we check these stashes here. And now we're gonna find a big backpack or something with 3 minutes on the clock. Fake helmets, level 1. This one is not here. 3 minutes. We'll check that body there. That's actually basically also a level bag is not here. High value spawn used to be here, but that's a long time ago, I think. Check the jackets. And there used to be a high value stone under the bed. Like that jacket has 20,000, but nothing that I can drop is... like here, that used to spawn lions here and so, but that is all... That's all old days, I think. Gold chains under the bed here. Haven't seen anything ages in here. At some point they nerfed the loot on this map. It's still great, but it used to be better at some point. Telling you, mate. Elite players are utopia on this PvE mode. Yeah, I think if we would have a bigger backpack to loot everything, we probably made it over 1 million easily. That is a bit of the problem of the PvE mode. You don't find any dead bodies anywhere that you can pick up. It's very rare. Sometimes you find like a dead PMC which is already looted. But that's like in the last 5 minutes of the game or so. They were bait shooting each other so much that eventually one of them will bleed out or something. Okay. We have a number of those boys actually. Thomas Coop. Diaries says he has drive. They're pretty rare. Let's see. Nixers we will sell. OFC shells we will turn in. Axle parrots. Do we have one or not? That's the question. We do have one. Okay, that's good. And the other one can go in the box over here for living high is not a crime. 2 ravens, a golden egg and a parrot found in raid. Teapot is also for living high is not a crime. We need 1 more teapot. Fire clean, we don't have it, but we also need it for workbench. We need to find 2 of those. I'm pretty sure we don't have fire clean yet. Nope, we don't. I see this. We need the streamer box. Why can't we just redeem that? I already have 2 mechanisms. I still need glorious mask, I still need cheap cat, and I still need pestilence mask. And then we still have other items. Some at 1G phone. We already have 2 mechanism backpacks full. That can normally all go in 1 streamer's box, which I have, but you can't redeem it on PvE, which is kind of stupid. Mate, Can you just... Also one of those stupid things. Fire clean. Lock, lock, lock. Don't pin it, lock it, because if you pin it, then quests or hideout crafts will still use it. If you lock it, it will not be used, unless you want it to. Then you have to unlock it, obviously. That's the difference between you can pin them or lock them. If you pin them and you auto sort, they will stay wherever they are. But if a craft or a quest requires one of these things and you have one sitting pinned, it will use it. If you have one sitting locked, it will not use it. That's the difference between pinned and locked in this game, for those who haven't figured that one out yet. Okay, this. Sugar is also there. That needs to go in there. That needs to go in there as well, I think. Yeah. PGW. We have a ratchet, we have a Bulbex. We have a PGW for crafting, but not a found in raid one. We need a found in raid one. Those are things that we are using for crafting, I think. Easy book, but we also need to find a raid one for library. That now needs to be found in raid, apparently. We used the Bulbex already for the stations, but we also need a ratchet and a PGW. That's for another station. And this we can just sell, I think. Beard oil is another one. Don't think we have. I'm pretty sure. No, didn't have that one either. Lab access cards. Whenever we need them. Contact 6. We could use that. Oh no, it's not a 6, it's a 4. 5, 5, 4 then. 4, 5, 6, yeah. One is a bit better than the other, but they're all pretty decent. And we have a Bastion. Bastions and Ulex are definitely better. I will just sell that one, I think. That's all yours, friends. All that crap.
Нормас, нормас.
Yeah.
Охуенный.
Narmas, he says. I don't know what it means, but I have a feeling it means something like, oh, you're there again with your crap. Sometimes he's more excited, but when it says like Narmas, like, yeah, I'll take it, but only because I have to. Something like that. That's what it feels like. And look at that. We got some stuff back from yesterday. Well, here we go. We have another loadout. That sounded like yeah, Punisher Part 1. We get our gun back, but they stolen our scope though. 74,000. I think we need to sell some things. OFC shells is regulated materials. There we go. We need 3 more in a battery. And then these things, can we sell them? Probably not. 100,000, but we can't sell them. That's too bad. And we'll sell them over there. We can sell those things though. Sugar. Sugar went up in price in 2 hours. Okay. There is a big difference between night and day, I can tell you that. This is relatively cheap for a safe key. This will not be so cheap then. Next up, hideout. The MREs are ready. And we need to do another craft. Okay, that's another 30 minutes and then humanitarian supplies will be done. Who is that? Peacekeeper? Skier? No, Peacekeeper. There you go, mate. The other two will be there in half an hour. And then humanitarian supplies will be done. Progression can also be made, as you can see. Why is my SP ammo here now again? To give me 100 of each? Apparently. Can I get that suppressor yet? I can. Apparently I can. That's all we needed for Gunsmith 4. Gives us a motor which we need, car battery which we don't need. Yeah, the car batteries is also hit and miss on the market. Sometimes they go 40,000, sometimes they go 150,000. Okay, Gunsmith 5, what do you want? A Remington Model 870. La, 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 la. That's a 590. I did it again. I kept the wrong one. I thought this was a Gunsmith one. Always mix up these two. That's not so good. Which means I sold the wrong one because I had both of them. Nobody's selling that shit? Every single part separately, but not the gun itself. Gotta be kidding me. Well, apparently. $590. He sells the breacher, but not the normal one. This thing has several parts that we need, but let's have a look around first. Rev, we'll check him because he sometimes just have completely built guns. For Gunsmith? No, not this time. Okay. What's going on here? Skier Celtica. Skier Celtica. Okay. What does he even want? That's the question. A Magpul Mo handguard and a tactical foregrip. Ergonomics above 60 and recoil some less than 500. He wants that thing on there. Tactical foregrip. Something like this will probably do. And now we need to see if the numbers are correct. Probably not. 60.8. That's 60. The recoil is 590. That's a problem. So we're gonna have to bring in this spotting here, I think. No, we're not there yet either. $510. Something like this. 62 ergo and 300, 400, yeah, it's not 500. The problem is I don't think we have enough money to even buy this. Nope. Okay. But I think there are some barter trades for it. For some of these parts. That's one. What was the other one? Batteries. Batteries are expensive here. That should do it, I think. Cylinder, GKO2. One of those. One of those. That's it, I think. Nope. We're missing something. Magpul is on there. We have 62. We have 430 recoil. What's the problem? What is the problem, my man? Something you don't like? Remington at 70, we got that. Tactical device, Magnum handguard, tactical foregrip. We Okay. Tactical device. Skier. Laser will probably do. Oh my god, really? We need another mount for that shit. Of course we do. There we go. Now it's ready. It unlocks the ammo case. Barter trade probably. We needed to get that one done because now we go into a 24-hour cooldown after Gunsmith 5. And that will happen again after 9 and after 13. And then again from, I think, 16 or 17 on, it will be always 24-hour lock. Gunsmith by Gunsmith. Well, 24 hour, 21 hour actually. Interesting. Okay. How are we doing on motors? Not so great. We don't have any of them anymore. Weapon parts. I don't think we need those anymore either. No, we needed 6 for a weekly or something, and then we needed 2 or 3 for a station. We use those as well. I don't need those anymore. And if we really do, we can always craft them. So that's already, that can go. This can go. Weapon parts, what are they going for? Well, good enough to sell them to them instead of the traders. We'll pick up some gunpowder. Oh yeah. No idea when that quest shows up, but at some point we need to stash 3 of these blue ones, don't we? In factory or something? Strange. Strange that we did not have that quest yet. Probably something we forget about. 25 is enough. We have more than 100,000 with us for no reason. I need to buy one of these. Which apparently I can't. Are you kidding me? level 30. Level 30 for a healing device. Are you kidding me, Nikita? Let's put that on. Just to have something on. Can't use those. This might be a problem actually. I don't think we have ammo for this. We have a bit of PS left, but we can't buy that. It's level 3 proper. Yep. That's not great. What can we buy? FMJs? Are you kidding me? So we have no bullet with pen. No, the rest is even less. That's even the wrong caliber. Great stuff. Level 4 proper. We can buy PP. Level 3. Even T45 is level 3. Even US is level 3. It's not a super bullet, eh? It's just a lot of damage. Stupid. Stupidity at its best here. Remember those vibes back in the day? We do. I could buy PS from level 1 proper. Now it's level 3. And it's not like PS is the top bullet. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know what we're gonna do though, because we're sure we're crafting for that. Yeah, that can go. That quest is done. Once the craft is done, so we just have these stupid things that we have to run over. That's the only things we have on Shoreline. Don't think, yeah, except for Shoot Born in Heaven, but night kills, yeah, and this one, yeah. Yeah, but the problem is we actually have to. That is the problem. We actually have to. Because it's one of those stupid quests. They're blocking the rest of the parts of that quest line, and then there are other quest lines behind it as well. It's stupid, though. Again, cottage, pier, resort. We just have to walk over those bodies and touch those 2 signal satellite dishes. Yeah, as always on this map. Cottage, pier, resort, weather station. One of those places you always have to be, because it's the only thing that there is. Except for a lot of bushes and trees where people are sitting. Especially these guards are quite annoying because they shoot you through the bush. That should not be a thing. If we get a big ass scope from them or something, then it would make sense, but they're shooting you with iron sight. You're sitting prone behind a tree and they still hit you in the arm. And throw a perfect nade on if you don't move immediately. You need to hope that that he's inside there somewhere. Inside cottage or inside resort. If Senator is there, then we can just walk over this. That's the annoying part on this quest now. We just need to go touch some things. We have nothing else on this map. But we have to do it. What annoys the hell out of me with this one is that we had it. We had it done the first time. We had 8 quests done. We had healthcare part 1, colleagues, signal, anesthesia, all those things were done. But as we extract, the things pop up that they are done. And at that moment, the game bugs out. It doesn't want to put us back in the menu. So we had to Alt F4 and reboot, and we rebooted, and we still had our markers and everything with us. I was like, what was it, the end of episode 14 or 15? I think. Yeah, something like that. We had it all done. It didn't count, and we had to go back, and then of course it doesn't go that smooth. Now we have to do it in 4, 5, 6 different rates. Such a stupid quest. I mean, and then where do we spawn? I mean, seriously. This is the worst spawn ever. What are extractions even? Yeah, this is helpless. There's no good way of doing this. You have to go all the way and up to this resort just to touch the body. Not only the body, no, we also need to go up the roof. And our man is already happy, and we did not bring any food and drinks. Great. I think so. No. Which is a bit of a painful scenario on this map. One of those maps where it's not easy to find food and drinks. If you do this in a PvP scenario, you are dead by now. I can tell you that. But we touched it. Oh my god, man. Just looting some stuff while our mate is huffing and puffing. stupid this. Like now, what do? We still need cottage, we still need weather, we still need pier. It's like, could go cottage and weather and then hope that pier is open, but if pier is not open, then so I guess we'll just go weather, pier, cottage, and go out in lighthouse, of which we know is always open, extraction wise. We touched 2 things, we need to touch some more things. And our man is happening and popping already, and we have no, yeah, we need to move on, because no food or drinks. Yes, we're lucky to find some in the stash here. I do have a golden star though. Okay, that's already something. My god, it does exist. Yeah. I already know now something is gonna go wrong. Something is going to go wrong. There is no way that we pull this stunt over here and walk out with an elite player in our, which we haven't found in days. Okay, mate. Bit too quiet here though. Probably run into the goons or something. I don't like this. No AI caps, no bears, no PMCs. We do not like this.
Ах, капец, все служивые!
You have some food with you? That would be nice. Dorms 2 and 6 degree, what is that kind of shit? Empty wallets in PvE, that's what they have a lot. Empty wallets. Okay, figure it out, I'm out of here. Okay, the signal is done, if we make it out. I don't know, we heard some voices inside the resort, which sounded a bit non-scabby, but there were not enough voices to think that it was Senator in the guard, so I don't think it was in the resort. So it's gonna be either pier again or cottage. Oh, come on, Nikita, stop huffing and puffing. Seriously. Have an energy drink. Also, like, it's not like we're carrying anything, we just have our own gun with some ammo. I hope they change that shit. That needs to change, that you level up faster. You're way too long overweight. we can get a pier done, that would be nice. Because the cottages, we only need to be in the garden. That is something we potentially could maneuver around. Don't think they're here. Might be wrong though.
Капец тебе!
More than likely we're gonna run into them on the cottage then. Oh, look at this, our mate has food with him. Okay, how about you? You got anything decent with you? They spawned in a bunch of new ones.
Вали хуесоса! Вот, заряжаю!
These fuckers. Fuck are these? I don't want to die, or does... Is that Rasha? Senator and his guards? Or is it just stupid shotgun noobs again? Watch him kick the door while we're in the cutscene of this surgery. Okay.
Эй, земляк, мы стрелять не хотим, мы так наблюдаем. Вон он, сука! Парень, ступай, Ваня! А ну пизды выдай!
Fucking idiots. Costing me ammo and energy. That's what they're costing me here. I see what is going on here though. They want to keep it as long as possible. So we need to pick up all their food and drinks. And all their money. So that they pay for your bullets. This one is healing with him. Could be handy. What? Oh my god.
А вот он!
These guys, I see what they're doing. See what they're doing. We need to get out of here because they're gonna keep spawning here. They're costing us all our ammo here. None of them is shooting your caliber, of course not. And then we're gonna have to deal, more than likely, this is this guy with his empty wallet again. Let's send the wrong US that he has with him. And we need to switch over because we also need that pilgrim backpack. It's the first one that I see. Also for the quest we need to turn one in. What are you shooting? Oh, he's shooting PS. That's what I thought. We'll take this with us as backup. What did I just do? We don't need that shit. It's in short. This guy here, that's what we need. We need something to drink. We are good on food, but not on drinks. Bit of a schedule break, but we're still on schedule. We just need to touch the body on the cottage now and extract. Okay. Our mate, we're gonna have to drop this backpack or something when we go to those cottages. It didn't even want to climb over here. We're so heavy again that we're not even gaining stamina. We're definitely not going out on tunnel because we already know where those PMCs are sitting. They're on that boat, they're on the tunnel. I don't know what the idea behind those is. I guess they're trying to represent campers or something. They're always on that boat though. I don't know what it does, but hopefully it gives us some stamina. Not really. Well, we don't have any stamina loss, I think, if we're walking. Yeah, we're almost guaranteed that they're gonna be here. See, we didn't see them on the pier or the resort. Senator Boy and his mates are gonna be here, going to give us a hard time to touch that lost body. Are you not? It surprised me that they haven't seen us yet, if they were there. It could be in the house though. Of course they are there. Of course they are there. Of course these fuckers are here. Because it's PvE and nobody ever kills them. They see you before you see them. They don't give you a chance to go touch those bodies. Huh? Why are you so heavy, mate? Because we have two guns. Of course we have two guns. I can hold hands in their bushes over there. Okay, we still have one problem though. Where the fuck is our backpack? We put it somewhere here. It's funny how they see you on the hill. But when you sneak in there, then they don't see you. Until like last second. Now, of course, we still have these shotgun idiots around here. funny though. You can just descend from the rocks like that. But if you run 5 meters, he's huffing and puffing for days. I think in real life there's a greater chance you're gonna break your legs on those things than just walking 15 meters straight. And we're going left side because the right side bugged us out the other day. And we need to sprint a bit more as well as we get this endurance and thing going. If we now run into some camping PMCs or something. The only reason we are doing this, like, that's 2 episodes extra that we had to do the same thing we did the first time when the game bugged out on us. I think we finally pulled it up. We did signal and colleagues without dying. Now we don't want to transit, we just want to extract. Get away with that thing. Also one of those things. Why does that transit and that extraction need to be so close to each other, Nikita? Seriously. And meanwhile the MREs are also ready, so humanitarian supplies is also done. We're finally done to Shoreline for a bit. Because now, of course, now it starts with like, hey, go to this room and come back in. That's for later. We're gonna finish, try to finish vitamins and lend-lease now, I think. And now we have to go back to the pier and the cottage to pick up, yeah, the ophthalmoscope or whatever it is that you need to pick up. Yeah, now the things start where you have to go. But some of those things are, okay, go there and mark it, then the quest is done, right? These were the annoying ones. You have to touch strings on 5 different spots on the map and still extract. And if you don't extract, then you have to go back. Those are the annoying ones. How big is that? Oh, way too big. It's gonna take all our space here. We're gonna have to fill that up with something. With helmets or something. Because we need to keep that pilgrim. Because it's found in raids. Okay, you can go there and there and there. That was our backup gun we picked up from one of those cavs. Valuables. Do we have any valuables? A gold chain. Yeah, I guess that's a valuable. SSDs. Yep. Roosters. That's also more than enough roosters. We don't need an actual parrot anymore. We have a spare one sitting. MRE. We have MREs ready. What should take this one out of the box while we have the other 2 sitting in the stash in a second. We already know how that goes. Emilia's is a daily, I think. Gingy keychain. I'm pretty sure we have that one. Yes, we do. Okay. Don't need a keychain anymore. Because we have a documents case nowadays. That goes with that. That gun is so broken, it's not even funny. We might use that, but none of this stuff here though. So, These are sell. We'll repair it, then maybe one of the traders buys it because I don't need this either. It's something we picked up on the way. Okay, squash over here. We'll start collecting for an extra blue box here. We can buy those things though, but we need to be a bit careful with our money. We spent 2 million today. What is all this crap? Yeah, that gun is fine, but the problem is we have no ammo for it. Not giving the case to Prepper didn't do us very well, because otherwise he would have been on level 3 already, and then we could just buy PS. But now what do we need? Okay. Oh, I think he gave us our thing back. He gave us our rep back, I think. Because suddenly we're so high with him again. Yeah, we are at 40, we need 35. We spent more than enough money with him. We just need a level. Okay, we will have a level. We will have a level because we can turn in some quests. Signal is done. Yeah. Insider. Reach loyalty level 3 with Prepper. Yeah, we just did. Good. No. What do you want, man? 3 of these. Okay. For cheap. 3 of these. Okay. There you go. 3 of these. Sure. We have no broken... We have no G-phones. Are you kidding me? Okay. Back to the streets, I think. Filing cabinets. Should not take us long to find 3. There's any place you can find it, then it's in streets, and there are many filing cabinets. So that's going to be a scaff run to complete that. And then signal part 3, you have to go back to these satellite dishes and actually put a marker on it this time. But it's okay. Colleagues, yeah, let's go back to the pier and pick up whatever, right? No. We're going too fast again. Don't click things too fast, then this happens. Which means we're gonna have to do some of these things again. Well, yeah, it's okay. We can Alt F4. Shoreline extraction is bugged, I think. But this time we were in the menu, so we were out. Unless it's updating again, because yeah, there was an event. And that event came with some issues I've wrote this afternoon. I was reading up there and I was like, people couldn't connect or the event didn't want to start or something like that. So they probably had to do an emergency maintenance. I don't know. When I woke up, everything was running. Woke up in the game, I mean. When we booted on the game, then everything worked, so. But when they started up the event this afternoon or something, it was not working, I think. They had to come in again. Or it was not working for some people or something like that. Okay. I don't know where we are now. Not sure where we are in our development. We are level 26, so I don't know where it gave a backend error. We have proper on level 3. He upgraded. We have green ticks, which can suggest we have new dailies as well. Okay, let's have a look. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Grenadier, test drive, Punisher. Oh yeah, we have Punisher Part 2. Which is on reserve now, yeah. That used to be on Shoreline. Colleagues Part 2. Yeah, let's go back to the pier in the cottage. Yep. And this is the last group in the chalet area on Lighthouse. Oh yeah, it's tennis court. We haven't been on Lighthouse yet. Or reserve for that matter. No, it's not dailies. It's just new quest because we leveled up. Safe corridor. We need to go to wood for this. We need to go to interchange for this. And we need to go to wood for this. Rigged game. Yeah, now we need to go back to these places. And now we need to do these medical containers, which we basically already did. But the black containers are blood samples. That was for proper, and now Kier heard about that, and now he wants you to go check these things out and mark them as well for him. That's pretty much the same containers on pier and on resort and on cottage that we have to mark again, but this time for him here. This is the event which we are not accepting. Nothing we can do about that. Humanitarian supplies. We'll do that in a second. We still don't have a tech manual either. Signal Part 2, we need G phones. And Chemex 3 closet. That is East 110. I don't have that key. Rackman, we're still, yeah, we need to go to interchange anyway, then we can try to kill those scavs. I think we'll go woods next. Okay, that's all done for now. First things first. Let's collect our MREs. Why is it? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it's booting up the hideout because we just rebooted the game. Okay, that's that. And now we are doing a 5-hour craft there for the storyline, the tape from the phone. 1, 2, 3 stations, 4 stations are upgrading as we speak as well. We have enough fuel for the crafts. We do, not a problem. We actually filled up, I just noticed. Okay. That's good enough. Now we can go again to the traders. Peacekeeper. Humanitarian supplies. Take the 2 last ones, please. Okay. Because as you can see, it was quite an important one and blocks the whole quest line from him. Revision reserve. Go mark some tanks on reserve. Use a transit from customs to shoreline. Survive and extract from shoreline. Okay. Locate the missing informant on shoreline. Oh my god. Oh, and here's Patur already. Yep. Go kill some people with a shotgun on Shoreline, Snoreline. And of course we also need to mark the tanks on the street. And we also need to mark the tanks and BDRMs on Lighthouse. Okay. G-phones. And then yeah, if we find the G-phones, then we also have signal part 3, which is go mark the satellite dishes. But that's marking. That doesn't need to be in one raid. You can just mark it. Once it's marked, it's done. And if we do that, let's say pretty early in the morning, 6 a.m. or so, that it counts an hour or so, or an hour and a half for night kills actually. From 10 to 7. So if we boot on around 6 a.m., then it's already starting to get light, and then your first kills will still count. Okay. Now, of course, we have messages all over the place from all these things that we did. What do you have? Bunch of stims. Okay. Okay, skier. He gives us the markers. Yes, skier always gives you the markers. Prepper is like, hey, I sell markers. You can buy them from me. Peacekeeper. Yep. PTR driver. No. Ragman, you have anything? Money? Okay. And Prepper, he has insurance return. Okay, good. What we got here? Some euros and some dollars. Okay. This is gonna be sold on the market. This as well. I don't need that either. Ospreys, we'll see what they go on the market. If not, we'll just sell it. Stims over here. SJ1 and SJ6s, we'll put them over here for now. Yeah, we need more medkits. Normally I have a box full of SJ1 and SJ6s because we craft over and then we sell the SJ6s. Let's see what they are going for. Yeah, around 100. With the SJ1s you can craft about in a rotational crafting that we are always doing. You make some propertals, then SJ1s and then SJ6s, you make about 1.2 million. If you sell the SJ6s for about 100. I'd say 1.2, no, about 60. So, but it's double on PPE, so about 2.5 million for 20 of these if you make 20 crops of that. So we'll keep them for now. Okay, now I can unload this. Unload this. And now do this. Now we can sell the FMJ. We can just buy PS now. Okay, what's this? Emilius. Who wanted that? Jaeger, is that you? No? Therapist? Of course it's you. Now she wants 2 milk. 2 packs of milk. We can probably find that on streets and we can also probably find the G-phones there. With a scafferon. And all the rest can go. What are ospreys going on the market? Okay. What are these going? Are they kidding? There's no way that's a normal price. You bought a trade for 2 poxy rams. Why would you buy it for 150,000? Some of these prices on these markets. Nobody's gonna buy that shit. This makes no sense. 79 euros. It makes no sense that you can get one for 2 poxy rams. That's 20,000. I don't know, man. This seems to be a weird one. Let's see. Let's put them up for 117 and see if that shit actually sells. There is no way. I have a feeling we're going to get those back tomorrow. Some of the prices are freaking weird. On PvE, I can tell you that. Yeah, maybe later, Mr. Peacekeeper, with your or skier, whoever it was. Something sold, but there's no way. The Ospreys probably. Yeah, the Osprey sold. That makes sense. Those mags are never going to sell, I think. That makes also no that price makes no sense. You can get one for 2 poxy rams, but look at this. What we have here. They do exist. RK1. Put that there. We're missing something here again. Oh, yeah, I cannot buy those, right? Forgot about that. Needs to be level a zillion, apparently. At least according to Nikita. What's this here? Again, running around with 100,000. Oh yeah, all the money from the scabs on the pier. Radio. We need some. I'll take that for now then. So we can buy the black one. We need level 30. We just made it to level, well, quite a few quests, so we're immediately pretty deep into. Are these things actually selling? There's no way. Weapon parts, yeah. That makes sense. And what do we have up now? These 3 mags, which will never ever sell. It's the only thing we have up. Mags which you can get for 20,000 barter trade. But people have them up for 150. Makes no sense. But yeah, you say that. We had the same yesterday with the Kia. Right. We finally did it. It does exist. We can finally break this stupid wall. What do we need? course not, because we used to upgrade our laboratory, we used the tool set. So now we need to get the tool set back found in raid. We can buy the hoses and the xeno, that's no problem. So now we need, okay, a tool set as well. I don't have a ripstop, so I cannot. They are actually selling. You gotta be kidding me. They are actually selling. Some people just want to lose money, I guess. That is just crazy. For 2 of these little things here, you can barter trade for that 50 round mag. These things are going on the market for 10,000. You can make a business in there. You just buy a few of these epoxy rams on the market for 10k. You barter trade for the mag and you put the mag up for 120k. You made 100,000 profit. Yeah, we just sold 3 of them for like 350,000. Okay, now we need a tool set. We finally found an elite plier, now we need tool sets. And we have blue tape. We don't have any measuring tape, so we need a measuring tape and a yellow plier. Oh yeah, we do have measuring tape. We have a wrench, which but we don't have a ripstop, so we can also not craft it. The craft is the same as this. What are we missing? Wrench, blue tape, measuring tape, screwdriver, and yellow pliers. Screwdriver is not that easy to find. I think you have a better chance of finding the toolset itself. You need these 5 items plus a ripstop. We'll craft you a toolset in about 7 minutes, I think. Yeah, we can't craft it. That's the other problem. We need to find it. I can't craft it. I can't craft it because we are crafting in that same station that that storage thing. So here we're crafting these things here. We're crafting one of them, and when that is done, we need to craft the other one. So that station will be occupied for about 10 hours on story crafts. Yeah, this thing, we just sell to therapist, like 40 points on there or something. Okay. We'll leave it at this for episode 18, because it was a pretty long one. You left the generator on? Yes, we know. That's okay. So what I'm gonna do is say thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on stream, we will be back in a few minutes. Give me 15 minutes or whatever. I'm just gonna grab a bite to eat, have some dinner, and then we'll be back with episode 19 recording. And I will see you guys then if you're doing the stream. We'll see you guys in the next episode. Let's put it that way. Thanks for watching. Bye bye for now.